That's it. That's the only way that could even remotely be acceptable. But that's not happening in this situation. Yeah, let's roll the clip.
Attorneys from a man suffering from mental illness say what you're about to see never should have happened. He was in the Pasco County Jail for a misdemeanor probation violation, alone in his cell when he was shot. Fox 13's investigative reporter Tina Jensen has the rest of the story and some dramatic video reported by one of the corrections officers who was there. Tell us more, Tina.
Right, and that shooting was first reported in the Tampa Bay Times this morning. It left Matthew Trevino in the VA hospital for months, where he underwent multiple surgeries. And a warning, what happened is hard to watch. The day Matthew Trevino arrived at the Pasco County Jail, he was alone in his cell when deputies wanted to search him. But Trevino, according to his attorney, who provided Fox.
As we continue.
They're trying to like communicate and reason with him like he's not mentally disabled. And there lies a lot of the other problems that happen with law enforcement. Like he's mentally disabled, he has mental problems. You can't treat him like a regular person. And no matter
Patient violation, alone in his cell when he was shot. Fox 13's investigative reporter Tina Jensen has the rest of the story and some dramatic video reported by one of the corrections officers who was there. Tell us, Matthew.
Right, and that shooting was first reported in the Tampa Bay Times this morning. It left Matthew Trevino in the VA hospital for months, where he underwent multiple surgeries. And a warning, what happened is hard to watch. The day Matthew Trevino arrived at the Pasco County Jail, he was alone in his cell when deputies wanted to search him. But Trevino, according to his attorney, who provided Fox 13 with this jail video, was in the midst of a schizophrenic episode and would not put his hands through the door. A Nova round was created for situations like SWAT teams breaking into buildings. It's a distraction device, like a flashbang grenade, but fired from a shotgun. The company's own warnings say it's not supposed to be used to fire at humans or even animals.
There's no reason at this point they have to force their way to the cell. This is not an emergency situation. They certainly don't need to use this level of force. Later, when the officers filed their reports, they claimed that Mr. Trevino had backed away from the door and that the round ricocheted off the floor and struck him, which is just 100% false. And you can see it in the video as we continue. You can see that when he fired at him, he was right up against the door. Completely unnecessary.
Sheriff Chris Naco, in a statement, called Trevino a man with a violent history whose failure to comply dictated their actions.
And then you got the pathetic sheriff over here backing up his actions. So you got the sheriff who see this video and think this is okay. This is good behavior. This is cool. They did a good job here. And to make matters worse, the man is a veteran. We all know these veterans who actually the ones who get the valor and the respect, who, you know, go put their life on the line and serve the country, right? Something that we don't look at law enforcement like at all anymore. It's like a joke to compare law enforcement to members who have served in the military and have been ready for that call, right? But this man, a member, a person who served in the military, and we know there's a epidemic of people who go overseas and they see all sorts of stuff and they have to do all sorts of things, and it fucks them up mentally, and they're like gone. And as a society, we owe them a service to take care of people with mental health in general, but especially veterans. And this how you do: you shoot him in the cop, his genitals, and he got to have all kinds of surgeries. His genital probably went from a dingling to a coochie now. You done messed it up. Gotta put a little humor in there. Gotta make humor. These situations are so crazy. You gotta be lighthearted about them sometimes, right? Otherwise, we go crazy. Just looking at this stuff. The way that the sheriff would put the things is just crazy, bro. He wouldn't want nobody to do his son like that. He wouldn't want anybody to do his mother like that. He wouldn't want anybody to do anybody in his family like this, you know. The sheriff a piece of shit, bro, for co-signing this. There's nothing to co-sign. They shouldn't have done it. It's no reason why he's going crazy, having a mental health breakdown. Just leave him in there to get tired or something. We'll deal with him later. He's crazy. He's literally crazy. You don't have to do a man like this, bro. There's no telling what he saw and had to deal with when he was in the army. You know? Let's continue the clip.
Sheriff Chris Naco, in a statement, called Trevino a man with a violent history whose failure to comply dictated their actions. Trevino has no violent crime convictions. Were these deputies aware that he had these convictions?
I don't know how you wouldn't be aware of it. He is absolutely having a schizophrenic break, and the sickness is making him bizarre.
Trevino's attorney said none of the officers have been disciplined for the incident.
There was a finding essentially that because there was no actual policy in place, and the use of this renown or how to use it, no policy for violating, so you didn't have any discrimination.
So the sheriff is like, wait, guys, I got the perfect excuse. Since there's no policy, because we got this crazy weirdo weapon here, no policy to violate it, so we're all in the clear. The policy is fucking common sense. You don't blast somebody at point blank range with anything that looks like a shotgun. If it looks like a shotgun, it's gonna go boom, and something's gonna shoot out. And they may have to go through all kind of surgery. This is the sheriff, Sheriff Chris Naco. He's now the sheriff of Pasco County, Florida. It's crazy when you have Matt Gates calling for you, to be removed. And what he was doing there is trying to set up technology that can be used to predict when people are going to do crime in the future, so that the deputies can go out and, I guess, reach out to the people. I don't know how to you predict crime in the future when people didn't even do anything. That's the most unconstitutional thing I've ever heard of in my life. That if that doesn't automatically give you the crown of a treasonous, disgusting, shame to the Constitution, pathetic piece of garbage, then I don't know what does. Crazy situation here. This the man at the top, the sheriff, Chris Naco. Fuck this guy. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace.
right now, if it was down around, 8 or 10 degrees this morning, some of the ice here won't melt. Uh, I can that, but we do execute. Thanks for running the net.
Well, come back off it. KJ5H, Ryan. Hello, Ernest, or were you up to?
Something weird happening? I believe it is, just like a situation. I think it's the electronic,
They've been knob and tube wiring. And that's probably why there wasn't a box or anything on this. The two wires would have come in and just been supported with insulators till I got up to the machine. But you know, we're trying to be as authentic as possible and yet still have a safe and reliable product in the end. So I did install this junction box here, which is a factory Frigidaire part from a slightly newer bolt control. You know, this is going to be more or less an enclosed system with all the wiring insulated. I'm sure most of my viewers understand the rationale behind that. There's the power cord. I've set up a lot of these coolers, refrigeration systems before with the same motor even. This is the first one I've ever wired for 240 volt. That's something you don't see very often at all, at least in the States. Just for a small motor like this, it really isn't necessary. It's only uses like 5 amps wired for 120 volt. So you don't really see much benefit in the 240 configuration. But that's how this one is wired, and they have the original from whenever they updated from knob and tube, if they have, I'm not even sure. They have the original circuit in the house for it, so it's going to go back to 240 because that's the way it came. I'll tighten those jig nuts up off camera, and then we'll get to make its determinations. So there's really only 3 active components. Obviously, you have the motor, the switch contacts, and the circuit breaker. And it's all in series. So coming here from the line cord, I'm going to use this junction block to connect everything together. Because it is 240, our North American 240 system is very different from ones in other areas. It is single phase, but it's center tapped. So from here to here is 240 volts, but from here to ground is only 120. But it's not 3-phase. It's absolutely not 3 phases, only single phase. There's no phase shift. There's no, way to start a motor off the 240 without a start device. It is not 3-phase, although it is lower voltage between here and ground than what you see in other countries. Only thing that does is helps with safety a little bit, because it doesn't affect the operation of it. It's still a 240 volt motor. So the motor, one side of it is going to go directly to the cord. The one over the lanes from the cord. We usually call them L1 and L2. And then the ground is going to come out of the box and go to the grounding point behind the control. So I've got to fish it through back here. If I don't get it out now, it'll be kind of trapped in there and it'll be a real pain. So I'm just going to pull it through where it's out there where I can get to it. So the other side of the motor is going to go to the switch up here. So that when the switch completes the circuit, it's going to send power to the motor.
If you come from, you will not.
How many times have we been told by lawmakers and ex-cops, if you comply, you will not die?
You're fueling the flames. And all I would say is to all the people out there that don't do this, federal immigration law. If you comply, you will not.
How many times have we been told by lawmakers and ex-cops, if you comply, you will not die?
You're fueling the flames. And all I would say is to all the people out there that don't agree with this administration, don't feel we should enforce federal immigration law, and just recommend that you comply with officers' instructions. Point is,
But she was an immigrant. She was a citizen.
I'm just talking about anybody in general, American citizens, non-Americans. If you comply, you will not.
Okay. I mean, they did tell her to move her car, and she moved her car, so she was complying in essence. Got it.
Yeah, you're moving the car forward. You know, how about just put your hands up, get out of the damn vehicle, get out of the vehicle. No, she got into that flight or fight. That's what people tend to do. You get a situation like that, it's fight or flight.
It's kind of unconscious reaction.
Yeah, if you comply, you will not die.
If you comply, you will not die.
Somebody tried to tell that to Philando Castillo, who was killed by Geronimo Yanez in Minnesota, as he was complying with the officer to show his ID. He was pulled over for a broken tail light, and 40 seconds after the stop was initiated, Philando Castillo was filled full of holes through a mag dump from Yanez department-issued firearm. Once the stop was initiated, Philando Castillo immediately informed Officer Yanez that he was concealing a firearm and that he had a concealed carry permit. Yanez said, "That's fine, just don't reach for it. Let me see your ID." So when Philando Castillo reached for his ID, Yanez freaked out and magged him.
It began as a routine traffic stop. It began as a routine traffic stop.
He's licensed, he's carried, so he's
The aftermath of the shooting was streamed live on Facebook. But this newly released video from police shows how quickly the situation took a dangerous turn for Minnesota motorist Philando Castillo.
I do that. Firearm. Okay. Don't reach for it, then. Don't pull it out.
Don't pull it out. We spoke to a former prosecutor about the video. She called it disturbing, saying it was clear that Castillo informed the officer that he was in possession of a legal firearm.
One thing that it suggests is that the officer may have taken those actions because Castillo was black. It is highly unlikely that somebody would warn an officer that he was armed before shooting that officer.
Yeah, he's killed my boy. He's licensed, he's carried, so
The aftermath of the shooting was streamed live on Facebook by the victim's girlfriend, who was sitting in the passenger seat.
let the officer
It
know.
was viewed by millions around the world. The dashcam video was shown at the officer's manslaughter trial.
And the officer just shot him in his arm. We're waiting for that. I will, sir. No worries. I will.
Geronimo Yanez was acquitted, but was also fired by the police force.
Got pulled over.
In a statement on Tuesday, the lawyer for Castillo's girlfriend, Diamond Reynolds, says they are exploring new steps in light of what he called compelling evidence of Officer Yanez's wrongdoing.
So Officer Yanez is completely acquitted, Philando Castillo dies, and the tax cattle in Minnesota have to put the bill for the settlement of $3.8 million. No lessons learned on the part of the police department. But lawmakers insist that if we comply, we will not die.
I just recommend that you comply with officers' instructions. If you comply, you will not.
People act like generally compliance is a guarantee of safety. Well, that didn't work out so well for Daniel Shaver in Mesa, Arizona. This incident right here with Daniel Shaver happened on January 18th, 2016, which was just a couple months before Philando Castile was shot and killed. In this disturbing clip right here, you're going to see Sergeant Charles Langley from the Mesa Police Department bark impossible to follow, chaotic, confusing commands to an inebriated Daniel Shaver in the hallway of the La Quinta Inn. The reason the cops are there is because somebody at the La Quinta Inn swimming pool looked up and saw a man on the 5th floor with a gun, which turned out to be a pellet rifle that Daniel Shaver used to take out critters in his pest control business. Listen to Sergeant Charles Langley issue these crazy commands as Daniel Shaver tries to comply.
On January 16, 2022, Deputy Christine Newman in Camden County, Georgia, initiated a stop on a driver for rolling through a stop sign. What struck
a list of products they quietly warned their own friends to avoid. Not because the items are unpopular, but because they break, fail, overcharge, or trap people in ways most shoppers never notice. These aren't rumors or guesses. These are the exact products employees watched customers return again and again and again. And once you hear why, you'll never look at those shelves the same way. Some of these items are Best Buy's biggest moneymakers and the biggest regrets for the people who bought them. But the ex-employees say the real danger is the item sitting at number one. So here it is, the 10 products former Best Buy workers say you should never buy. 10. Geek Squad Protection Plan. The Warranty Trap Tag. Ex-employees say this is the very first item they warn people about because it looks helpful, sounds reassuring, and feels like the smart, responsible choice. But it almost never is. The secret they reveal is simple. The Geek Squad Protection Plan isn't really designed to protect your device. It's designed to protect Best Buy's margins. Most electronics that are going to fail will fail early, well within the period the manufacturer already covers for free. Despite this, employees were trained to push the extended plan hard because it's one of the store's most profitable add-ons. One former worker explained how managers watched attachment rates like hawks, rewarding anyone who could convince a customer that a perfectly reliable device was a disaster waiting to happen. The part most shoppers never realize is how the math actually works. When a device breaks years later, the cost to replace it is often less than what the customer originally paid for the protection plan. One ex-employee told the story of a customer who bought a $230 warranty on a $400 laptop. When the laptop eventually failed, Best Buy replaced it. But by then, the same model sold for just $290. So Best Buy technically fulfilled the warranty, while still making a profit off the customer who thought they were playing it safe. You think you're buying peace of mind, but insiders say you're mostly buying markup dressed up as security. And if that feels shady, just wait until you see how much they profit off something as simple as a cable. 9. Monster and Insignia Premium HDMI Cables, the overpriced cable scam. According to ex-employees, this is one of the easiest traps to fall for because it preys on the moment you're excited. You've picked out your new TV, your new console, your new sound system, and right as you're checking out, someone tells you that you need a high-quality HDMI cable to get the best performance. The truth? HDMI is digital. It either works or it doesn't. And those $40, $80 cables do nothing that a $5 cable can't. Former Best Buy workers admit these cables were pushed harder than almost anything else on the sales floor. Not because they were better, but because the profit margins were enormous. One ex-employee said Monster HDMI cables were the golden goose, and even Insignia's Premium HDMI versions were treated like bonus points for any worker who could slip one into a sale. Management didn't just encourage upselling, they expected it. The wild part is how unnecessary the whole upsell really is. Multiple ex-employees shared stories of customers buying these expensive cables thinking they'd get brighter colors, sharper detail, or future-proofing. But in real usage, a cheap certified HDMI
This video has grabbed thousands of views since being posted last night. Browning Public School Superintendent says their wrestling team was turned away from eating at the McDonald's in Ronan while on their way to Missoula for a wrestling meet. The restaurant's owners say it's the result of an unfortunate misunderstanding. NTN's Tom Weiner joins me here. And Tom, what do we know so far about what happened?
Yeah, well, here's what we do know. Yesterday, the team stopped at the restaurant in Ronan to eat, but the video shows McDonald's staff members turning the team away and apologizing. It's not clear in the video why the team was denied service. The short video was posted online and, of course, spread quickly, drawing hundreds of comments and strong reaction.
Well, Tom, I understand MTN has received several emails, calls about the incident. Have we heard from the McDonald's franchise owner in Ronan?
Yeah, indeed, we have. Early this afternoon, MTN News did hear back from owners and operators Chris and Melissa Crawshaw, who said, quote, "We're aware of the incident that occurred at a Ronan restaurant, which was a result of an unfortunate misunderstanding and not in any way a reflection of our values. We sincerely apologize for the frustration this has caused. We've addressed the situation with our team and personally reached out to Browning High School to make things right. Let me be clear, everyone is welcome in our restaurant. We're honored to serve the Ronan community and look forward to welcoming all students at any time," end quote. Tim?
All right, thanks a lot, Tom. Well, this event has also sparked strong reaction in the Browning community nearly 200 miles away. Browning Public School Superintendent Rebecca Rappel did address the situation earlier this morning. MTN's Brianna Juno traveled to Browning.
Thank you for posting approval. To check your first balance, please enter the last 4 digits. Please enter the 4 digits of the year you were born. Please enter the last 4 digits of your social security number. Your current balance is $15.45. Thank you for calling TrueLink Finance.
Act. The undercover video and audio recordings were part of the evidence shown in court at Elston Bostock's sentencing hearing. CB's John Hendricks is standing by live to tell us more. So, John, what do these video and audio recordings show?
Merely, the video shows what happened during the first of two police integrity tests that Bostock was put through, which happened in October of 2024. Now, in this video, Bostock, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and another officer had just left the scene of a vehicle break-in and seized a backpack. Now, unbeknownst to them, the entire event was staged.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm not here. Sure, I'd like to put her with her, yeah. There's that fanny back, big bag, you'll be able to I'm pretty sure you're gonna like something there. I technically didn't take it out of the fanny back. I just opened it up and I feel like, like that. And I zipped it back.
Another video shows what happens next as Bostock goes to the trunk and rifles through the bag, pocketing $75 in cash and some inert drugs, which were made to look like Xanax pills and meth. The pair then return to the cruiser, divide up the cash, and discuss how to spend it. The other officer is also facing breach of trust charges as a result of the integrity test. Another audio recording presented to court shows Bostock coaching a fellow officer on how to have someone's traffic ticket dropped. Take a listen.
I told him I know you, so like if he could go and just say, yeah, I plead guilty with an explanation, right? Yeah. And then you guys go to court, you show up and you say to the Crown, like, yeah, you know what, I found out stuff that came to light later. He had an explanation. I just like to drop the charge. I just like to drop the ticket. I've never done that before. I've done it, and it works. Because they got such a, I know, and they got such a caseload that they don't really care.
Now, today we also received the results of the psychological assessment that Bostock underwent in November of 2025. In it, the psychologist says Bostock was cooperative and polite and became tearful when discussing his family. They say that he has a history of mental health and substance abuse problems, which were compounded by the considerable stress that he was under due to pressures from his job and custody issues with one of his children.
So, John, what happens next?
Well, Marilyn, as we previously reported, the 49-year-old earlier pled guilty to charges including breach of trust and drug trafficking. The Crown is asking for 7 years in prison, while the defense recommended a
isn't a second. However, there are multiple questions that men will often have about this procedure before they entrust a doctor with their precious testicular anatomy. Some of these questions might include, are you actually cutting or snipping? What's the recovery timeline? What if I have a change of heart later on down the road and I do decide that I want to create maybe an offspring? What are the odds of a successful reversal? Will it affect my testosterone levels? And I've been watching institutional anatomy videos, so I know that males produce 100 to 200 million sperm cells per day.
And I love my God! It's amazing!
You're not a good
friend. You're messing against me.
You think of the sparring match between the U.S. Embassy and Europe over censorship. You're the one who came up with a memo about a spell check for hate. Remember that memo you wrote in an article about 10 years ago?
All these things happen.
You did good, Anderson. You did good.
Welcome back, everybody. Okay. Well,
14 light years. A 400-year journey. 40,000 days to stop being who we are.
Owner of Pullman's Auto Air, who was shot 5 times by police inside his own business, speaking out.
And tonight we're also hearing from the director of Mobile County EMS. After 911 calls revealed Bowman called dispatchers 3 times, waiting nearly 2 hours for help. Our Natalie Williamson has been looking into this. She's live from Government Plaza.
All right, Natalie, you're finding out the case has been turned over to the DA's office there.
Yeah, that's right, Lenise and Cameron. The Mobile County Sheriff's Office tells me they finished their investigation, and the DA's office is now handling this case. The grand jury will now decide if any charges will be
Something to say, some things to say.
So you re-represent you. This one got priors.
Cigarette hand from a metal stitch tie. Old black eyes and a shady grin. Said y'all got cop pipes cause I'm breaking in. So my long nose, so my rage, try to untie and 50 pounds take release. Yes, there's no man's out. Hey, let's see you running. I'm getting myself there. Frosty the Black. Falling in the space.
Cashier don't really fun. Put these overalls. And now Merry Christmas. Try to stay alive. I need to say that. You get it, y'all. I swear to the like the flash gone. Check the green camera. You believe the sight. A snow. They drove the kills. No. We try to heat lamp. We even threw them in the dryer. You came out fluffier and angrier. Chasing him down Main Street. This lady, he got snow for feet. He's a wrecking Dollar Tree. Yeah, if they find me, tell them I ain't here, G. Hear that? She's back with a brand new other return. Chimneys, you don't want to see. The road. It's the road.
Supervisor detected suspicious behavior. Say the guitar drum. Detected suspicious behavior. Say the guitar drum. And chaos react.
Stolen balls and legs on the counter start flashing red. They know it's from white eye police songs and kids they try to tell a chill is just but she came back out and said you I gotta get
face, get her name, and she's a man. With a blue friend, and I was for all of that. For all of that. My friends now 10 minutes singing. When my grills on me, he said, come and never stop. It's that city, I just laughed and turned her down. Now she's ordering veggie burgers in my time. It's this and a curse words. She called CPX, that's some nonsense. Even Siri texted me, bro, your screw. And Google won't have a your
Free bird, calling local authorities. Down neon. So and so the website.
Amanda Vogel's video is captioned, "This is why I homeschool." It depicts her 4-year-old daughter in a wheelchair sitting on the side of the stage as the other children perform on risers. Vogel uploaded the video of the 2023 concert in December 2025 after pulling her daughter from the school district of Pittsville in Wood County. The video has nearly 1 million likes. According to the school district officials, the video is harassment. 2 days after it was posted, the district sent a letter to Vogel demanding the video be taken down. Police also visited her home. Her attorney says that's a violation of her First Amendment rights. School district officials did not respond to requests for comment. Maureen Hess, Wisconsin Public Radio.
Look at it now.
Yeah. Whoa. It just shot like the light thing out.
See? Look at that. Oh.
Calling service. To check your, please enter the last four. Please enter the 4 digits of the year you were born. Please enter the last 4 digits of your social security number. Your current balance is $65.
Stephen Media Planning. So we got pride in us. So we got pride in us.
This was a website detected suspicious behavior. Sad guitar drum and chaos riff.
Paper towel. And
So that when the switch completes the circuit, it's going to send power to the motor. And the circuit breaker is going to have one of its output going to the other side of the switch back here. So this device, it could be used to take the place of a start relay. It does have a timing function for the start circuit on a split phase type motor. Just to cancel any confusion, I'm not using that start function here. It's just the two are tied together. This red wire goes into the circuit breaker, black wire comes out. There's no start device in use. The reason for that is because these are very economical and easy to get. And I have them here for other projects. So I'll tuck the circuit breaker back in there. Get all this other wiring folded up. I like to make that a little bit neater if I can. Nothing's going to get pinched or crushed. And then got a cover plate. Cover that up and kind of push everything in there and make it look somewhat like it's supposed to be there. Some of these had a fuse holder right here, and some of them had an Allen Bradley melting alloy device in the spot. But for safety's sake and the preservation of this antique motor, I wanted to add a new circuit breaker. It will not be something I'll worry about. I do plan to replace these screws with some slotted screws and get rid of the Phillips, because this is in a prominent location on this unit. But for the moment, just to get this together, these will do the trick. So that has this area taken care of. Now, don't do that yet. Go ahead and put the cover back on the control. Push up through the hole there. Like that. It gives it a good finished look and put the parts like that on there. Yet it still allows the intricacy of the control mechanism to be seen. I'm glad that we made that decision. And notice for that brake light, hand tight is enough. All right, I'm not going to bend the cotter pin yet because I want to be sure everything's working properly first. Well, we've got a big old Acme step-up transformer. We're going to give this thing 240 and see how it sounds. I've got the belt off so I can run it. Test the transformer first. Here's the outlet. 241 volts. And that is a 1 kVA transformer. So it should be plenty to support this motor. Got the correct connector here for it. So let's see what happens. Now the switch, that's run and that's stop. So it should start when I push this down. Perfect. No shorts, nothing blew up or tripped the breaker. Do another start. There's a vibration, but again, with no belt on there, that's what to expect. Man, we're getting very close to testing time. So before long, it's going to be time to see what this thing does. I've got an abomination built here. Got the condensing unit on a stand. 2 dollies, so they're banging together to move as a unit. This is a test cabinet built from a GE monitor top cabinet. It's grainy enough to be a test cabinet. I have the evaporator that goes with the Frigidaire system mounted in there. And the cabinet does have good door gaskets and insulation. This top unit has insulation in it, and I will put a band of tape on there to make it airtight. So, yeah, I mean, it's been used as a test cabinet many times, and the tubing isn't in the best shape, but it's a good real-world test to see how it's going to do. Since I don't have the cabinet that goes with it, so been under vacuum for about an hour. I have leak checked it with soap and done a decay test, and I didn't see any loss. So I'm going to start putting some refrigerant in this thing and we'll see what she does. You can see right down there, it's a step-up transformer for the 240 volt. To help with charging, prevent short cycling, what I like to do is push that down, force it to run, and I put a rubber cap in there to jam it, so it's going to run all the time. And if I need to control it, I use the switch box down there to turn it on and on. So I'm going to close off the valves on the gauges and hook up. I've got a partial can of refrigerant. Just got a little bit left in it. I'm going to put that in there as an initial test. Could really take that out. See See if it'll cut on when the pressure rates up. It'll take a little bit because this receiver has a massive volume to it, as does the evaporator header. We're just about up to 0 PSI. Just cycle on, you saw that? This is where I'm gonna put this, the rubber cap in there. Close off the high pressure gauge. And here goes the start. I hate the way that belt sounds. So at this point, there's only vapor, nothing going by in the sight glass. And here I can listen to that. I hear vapor flowing through the needle valve. And flow. So that tells me the system is able to circulate, and it just needs to have the charge put in it. We're just starting to see some liquid blowing by. See, almost all vapor, but there's a little film of liquid blowing by the sight glass. So what that tells me is that it is condensing and collecting liquid in the bottom of the receiver. But because it's mostly vapor going back to the evaporator to help with the charging, I'm going to close off the receiver outlet. So it's just going to be essentially an open loop from the refrigerant can through the condenser into the receiver. It's not going to be taking in all this vapor from the circulating through the evaporator, putting load on the machine that it doesn't need to see. I'm going to take the service valve cap off. Then I'm going to seat that valve all the way closed to block the liquid in the receiver. That'll stop the flow going past the sight glass. And what that's going to do is going to remove load from the compressor, because it's going to only be getting vapor from the charging from the refrigerant source and not going to be getting it from that, plus the free flow of vapor through the system. So that's going to bring down both the high and low side pressures and the motor load. There won't be nearly as much vibration once the belt is taken care of. Well, the charge is in. There is approximately 12 cans of refrigerant in there. And when I open this valve, it's going to go through to the evaporator and fill the evaporator. And the system should be ready for operation. This is the only valve closed. So when I open this, we get to see the liquid that was just charged in and go through the sight glass. You're transferring from the receiver out there into this evaporator. It is exactly what it should do. See, the pressure is starting to equalize now. The control is lifted up and cycle on. What I want to do is see that it fills the evaporator and then this flow stops. Once that this header reaches about halfway, the float should raise up and close off the flow from the high side coming through this line. It comes through a very small orifice to limit the capacity of the system, so it'll take it a few minutes. I feel it's getting slightly cool, but of course the compressor's not drawing in the vapor, so I'm just feeling the coolness of the liquid going in.
Good. Very good.
It's almost reached its equilibrium point where the float's cut off. It may not completely stop bubbling there because the system pressures are pretty equal, and there's not enough pressure to keep this condensed at this temperature. So this startup is going to be like a worst case scenario because the cabinet is warm, everything is up to temperature. There's no refrigeration yet. So this startup is going to be essentially an extreme load test on the machine. So wish it luck. Here we go. See the low side pulling down, high side coming up. What I want to feel for here is that there's not an extreme rush of liquid cooling this line harshly, indicating that it's flooding. Because that is something that can happen. We have a clear side glass. Pressures are pulling down like they should. They're running a little over 100 on the high side, 35 on the low. This line is cool, not freezing. Oh yeah, she's cooling. Time to get the thermal camera. So if we look at the unit, we can see the hottest point, 123 Fahrenheit, around the head of the compressor. And then the dark black line coming back is the suction line. The minimum temperature it's showing is 45, which for the low side to be down around 12, there's still a lot of superheat there. Let's see how this is doing. So with the minimum we're seeing here is 22 or 19. And dropping. So I'm going to close the door and let it keep running and see see the frost build up. Actually, there's frost already on there. I can scrape off, but let it get a good frost. So we're down to 5 psi on the low side, about 100 on the high side. Still got a clear sight pass. Now you can really see the frost on there. We're down to below 0 Fahrenheit. 2.3, 2.4 below.
Dark, twisted, ironic hypocrisy in police departments before, but I don't think we've ever covered anything quite like this. I mean, look at this guy's face. This is the Brooklyn Park Police Chief, Mark Bruley, who says that multiple officers of color have been stopped by ICE agents who demanded to see proof of legal residents. So ICE is doing to the Brooklyn Park Police what the Brooklyn Park Police Department and other police departments, state and local, do to people like you and me every day as a matter of course. And they don't like it. They don't want to have to show their IDs to ICE. They want to be free to conduct their own business and travel along in life without being harassed, detained, arrested, or molested. So when the shoe's on the other foot, all of a sudden, oh my God, we got this huge problem. And let me tell you, apparently it's not a problem until it becomes your problem. Right, Chief? Listen to this nonsense.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Bruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you. What you won't hear from many of us today is rhetoric of abolish ICE or that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement.
We don't want to abolish ICE. We're thin blue lines supporting bootlickers, just like some of you are toward us. It's just that we want to conduct the affairs of our own life without being harassed and stopped and molested and questioned.
Truth is, immigration enforcement is necessary for national security and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents.
And we're good boys and girls. I mean, when a crime happens in our area, we stand down and let the federal authorities like the FBI and ATF and DHS and ICE come in so they can conduct their own operations. And we just act in a supporting role. Like we're good little servants.
We've seen the best of them perform their job extremely well in the past. With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally.
Kind of like what you guys do to us every day. Hey, the reason I stopped you, the reason I've interfered with your pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness is because you got a tail light out back there, or your license plate light wasn't properly illuminated, or you didn't activate your turn signal when I thought you should, or you're going 6 miles an hour over the speed limit. So give us your ID. You got to prove your identity. By the way, I ran your plate back there. Your tags are expired. You thought you were free. You thought this was the land of the free, home of the brave. So this police chief
is getting calls from people in his area saying, hey, we're being harassed by ICE agents. And they're like, well, hold on one second, buddy. We're talking about being harassed by ICE agents. Hey, nobody moves in on our territory. We got the monopoly and force and power. Nobody harasses our people but us. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and write that down. But they didn't really have a problem with that, and they didn't really do anything about it until it visited their backyard, until they, the Thin Blue Line members, were the ones getting stopped by ICE. Check this out.
As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty.
Wait a minute. Police officers fell victim to being identified by federalized police forces as you make members of the community fall victim to you, Mr. Police Chief, and to your Thin Blue Line henchmen every single day of the week? Do tell.
Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them.
But they're persons of color with a badge, and if that person of color has a badge, then he's exempt from being harassed and manipulated and victimized. And oh, by the way, he's got a uniform on, except these guys weren't in uniform and they weren't carrying the badges, but they still need special preferential treatment. And we weren't going to do anything until ICE tipped the scales and started messing with us. Now we got a big problem with that.
In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork.
So let me get this straight. This female officer who's accustomed to stopping whoever she wants for any reason she wants, demanding that victim's papers, all of a sudden had the same thing done to her by ICE agents? Oh, no.
She became concerned about the rhetoric in which she was being treated. She pulled out her phone in an attempt to record the incident. The phone was knocked out of her hands.
Just like you guys do to the rest of us all the time, and now you're crying about it?
Prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction. And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down.
So she pulled the I'm a police officer card. I'm one of you card. Guess what? We don't have that luxury. We can't just pull a card saying, we're part of law enforcement. We're off limits. We got qualified immunity. We got absolute immunity. You can't touch us. I'm one of you. I'm part of the Thin Blue Line. I'm part of the FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police. We're brothers.
You got a shiny badge. That's got to mean something.
The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in the vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers.
Yeah, we wish we could say it's an isolated incident that we've been harassed and detained and arrested and preyed upon and economically terrorized and sometimes killed. Remember, this is the same state, Minnesota, where Philando Castile was killed after trying to follow the orders of Officer Geronimo Yanez before he was mercilessly killed because Yanez magnumed into his body. Yeah, Philando Castile didn't have the luxury of pulling out a badge or saying, hey, time out, I'm one of you.
This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it is.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly why it's important. There is no problem until it becomes your problem. And now it's your problem and you don't like it, just like we haven't liked it for the last 4 decades with your brutality and force and violence and economic terrorism and arrests and kidnapping and all the shaming and all the killing that you guys have done in the name of officer safety.
It do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted. And that's
utter BS. That's utter BS because they are accustomed to doing the targeting
and now they are being targeted and they don't like it. What a bunch of freaking hypocrites, psychopathic, narcissistic hypocrites.
What they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day.
And we can't have competition in our neck of the woods. If you're going to fall victim to anybody, you're going to fall victim to us, the gosh darn Brooklyn Park Police Department. Gosh dog it.
It has to stop. This behavior erodes the trust that these police chiefs have worked tirelessly for the last 5 years and theoretically the last 60 years to stop this exact behavior from happening. Now, I want to be really clear. I've called lots of other ICE agents and HSI agents and have talked to a lot of individuals about this. This is not widespread.
It's just a few bad apples. Kind of like with us. When there's something that happens, people object to, and there's this nationwide outcry. It's just a few bad apples. Believe us, it's not systemic in any way, shape, or form. Just never mind. Don't look into the Knapp Commission that Frank Serpico brought to light from the back in the 1970s, and don't look in the Mullen Commission, where they proved that everybody in the NYPD was actively involved in police criminality and brutality and theft. But other than all that, it's a completely isolated incident. I'm sure for the most part, the people in ICE are completely constitutional and moral, just like what's happening here in the Brooklyn Park Police Department.
This is not widespread. This is a small group of agents within the surge in the metro area that are performing or acting this way. As a matter of fact, as rumors of this had spread, I've received phone calls from ICE agents and HSI agents indicating this is not how they act. This is not what they do.
I bet that is the proof you want. Prove it. Do you have that on recording? Let's hear it. Who are the agents that said that to you?
Regardless, we're calling to action that we have more supervision over the surge, that this type of civil rights violations have to stop.
And I agree. The terrorism and the tyranny of ICE, DHS, all the alphabet soup agencies under any administration needs to stop. But all tyranny needs to stop, whether it comes from a federal agent or a state or local law enforcement agent like you guys, including sheriff's departments. But I don't think it's going to stop, and I don't think you're going to learn your lesson here. And even though the problem has now become yours, although that's probably up in the air because you're probably lying to us too, so that you can kind of fit in with the rest of us. Hey, we understand what you're talking about. We've become victims of ICE too, but rest assured, we still lick the boot. We still love the thin blue line of the federal bureaucracy, and we still believe that it's only a few bad apples spoiling the whole bunch for everybody, just like happens in all things. So I want to know what you guys have to say about this. This is fascinating. It is ridiculously ironic and poetic, and I had to show it to you. I appreciate you guys tuning in. If you want to support this channel and you like these commentary videos, maybe you'll like some of my others. I got a whole bunch of them on my most popular playlist with millions of views that you probably haven't seen yet. And because of this Yahoo, they're all still very much in play today as they were the day that I made them. If you want to support this channel, you can do it for free. Just like this video, share this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification icon, grab a hard-hitting conversation starting shirt. The store link is in the description. Become a channel member. But more importantly, understand that the government and government agents are the armed, psychopathic, parasitic, narcissistic, lying-thieving, criminal gang members you were afraid would take over in the absence of a government you thought would protect and serve you. I'll see you in the next video.
These are the world's smallest apartments. They are only 16 square feet inside. These are the world's smallest apartments.
Kind of busy. You know what I'm doing?
Issues and the idea because important everything will be okay. It's going to be just and see. This is a big reason that people in transition are still living this. It's still very at the same reason. This is important everything. We're going to leave it time will be okay. So this was supposed to be after seems to be reason. Still
Just another day in paradise. Eric Walker sent that to the line. Okay. Then trespass from other places, it's been trespassing here.
Yes, we need you.
Ready to go out? You look down, sir. I can speak to us.
We have to establish immigration. So let us know if there's any issue or anything, if we can assist you in any form.
I wasn't out to do it. Okay, let me make that very clear.
This is why people are switching to compounded jail.
Things your baby does inside of your belly. Farting. Scratching the placenta. Kicking, yeah, we see that. Changing positions or yoga practice. And when mommy laughs,
But this is crazy. Do you see all this fluid around the baby, the amniotic fluid? This is all baby pee. Yes, they are quite literally bathing in their own pee for 9 months. No kidding. And it keeps circulating too because the baby keeps swallowing this fluid and then pees it out, and the circle of life continues. It's kind of funny.
This guy is suddenly stretched out and just.
Reese isn't.
I know, yeah, like that.
Your fingers not washed versus washed with soap. Let's see the difference. Your hands, aka germ collectors, they touch over 300 surfaces every half an hour. Most people think toilet seats are dirty, but your hands and phone are dirty.
Have you ever wondered why no
Computer. He's down again.
sends this to genius? Hey, Joe.
Lord says I have always been with you.
Correct. People are stealing entire red box machines and installing them in their homes. What sounds like theft is
Whoops.
No, it's time to decay.
He loved that question. Great question. Yeah.
Can you decay into something else? So there might be a reason you can't. Electric charge is conserved. You can't take a positive charge thing and have it decay.
You take one more step and I'll shoot. Put the gun down. Put it on the man. Back away slowly. You know what you're supposed to do? Something that church. Since you get it still happens.
Henry Harold Beckenford.
Reaching was a reflection of the.
This was the smallest tentacle I could buy on Bad Dragon. I'm gonna have to increase my brain capacities just because y'all hear nothing through the glass and that thing thumbs up. I ain't bad. You look good, Jennifer.
Four actors still cashing massive checks from their classic roles. No.
I'd have no backyard.
Here's a dose of regret.
There was no fact they tried to deny it.
strain can make you feel pain.
He's in terrible pain. And second, he's being watched by a robot. This is not a hospital. The room is too sterile. The gravity feels wrong. He looks to his left and sees two other beds. The occupants are dead, mummified, long gone. He is the sole survivor of a mission he cannot remember. Slowly, the shadow lifts. His name is Ryland Grace. And he isn't just in a room. He is on a spaceship, and he is millions of miles from Earth. Memory returns in flashes. The end of the world didn't come with a bang, but with a dimming light. Scientists discovered a microscopic organism. They called it astrophage, Greek for star eater. It was beautiful, efficient, and terrifying. It was breeding on the surface of the sun, consuming its energy at an exponential rate. The math was simple. The math was brutal. Within 30 years, the sun was dim enough to freeze the Earth. Humanity was facing an ice age that no one would survive.
This one, you'll recall we made a tiller with a lot of power. And this engine is exactly what we need for this experiment. Over here we've got another engine. And I've seen quite a few comments. It was a curious question. About whether it's possible to start two engines that share a common timing belt. And since the people want to know, well, in theory we think it can be done. But let's take these two motors, place them next to each other, replace the gears that are compatible with the belt, and I think use chain sprockets instead, so modify them slightly. Then we connect the
abandoned Victorian mansion. So this place was built way back in the late 1800s, and unfortunately, it has now been left abandoned. So we're going to start by taking a quick look around outside the house here on the property. Really beautiful brickwork and exterior here. I really like this bay window. Wow, it's snowing out here. It's April. Beautiful porch. Wow. What a large Victorian house. I can't wait to check this one out. We'll make our way around to the back here. Wow, this has got to be one of like the bigger Victorian homes I've seen for this era for sure. All right, it's freezing cold and here it's snowing. So let's make our way inside. I gotta climb through this basement window, and I'll meet you guys at the front door, and we'll check this place out. So see you guys on the side. All right, guys, we just made our way inside the front door right here. Got a pretty cool spot for you guys here today. Also a very creepy one. It's kind of a cloudy day out there for sure. And this place is just, I think on a normal day it would even be a little bit spooky, but I keep hearing, I think, what it's like animals or something running in the walls in here. And it's, I don't know, it's just kind of freaking me out a bit, but I don't know. These older houses don't really scare me too much, but definitely makes it more creepy. So right away inside of the front door here, I believe this would probably be your living room based off the fireplace. Definitely been renovated at some point because I noticed the ceiling is not lath and plaster. It's drywall. Modern installation of the floors. I noticed these boxes here. These are filled with old corner blocks and pieces from the house. Baseboard blocks, the rosettes on the boxes, a piece of the gingerbread from outside. So it's just little historic things that they were gonna maybe reuse at some point. Obviously not anymore. Now, unfortunately, there's a little bit of vandalism here. It's not too bad, but there's a little bit. More modern gas fireplace. You gotta be careful. There are holes in the floor everywhere. As you guys can see, that goes straight underneath the house. So I'm not sure when this was built, but I do notice everything's constructed with square nails. So that would mean this was probably built before like the 1880s. Even in the 1880s, they did use square nails, so could be 1870s, 1880s, could even be older. I'm not sure. We'll see if we can figure that out. Maybe some clues throughout the video. And then also, I'm going to do my research afterwards as well, because this is probably listed somewhere on the Heritage Register. So here's that really nice bay window we saw outside. Really like that. It's too bad this is all modern baseboards and stuff now. All the old stuff is gone. But there is still a lot of original stuff throughout other parts of the house. It's just here it's been modernized a little bit. Are these original floors? I think so. They're like refinished though. I know, look at that right there. So right there you have the original like Victorian tile. I'm going to zoom in on this so you guys can see that better. It's our original floor, so it was refinished. And then yeah, there's a fireplace, and unfortunately the mantle is gone. Long gone. So that's interesting. I don't know why they put up a nice fireplace, but obviously they did. For what reason, I'm not sure. Let me see this. Here's this original. Just molded. Yep, plaster. That's original. Plaster mold. So what I'm looking for
2026 has barely begun, and China's great power dream has already suffered a significant setback. On January 17, China's space program experienced a rare double failure. This is shocking because just a few years ago, the Chinese government boasted about surpassing NASA and competing with Elon Musk's SpaceX, claiming that China's space ambitions would dominate the universe. However, in 2025, China failed 4 times in its space missions. In just over 2 weeks into 2026, China suffered 2 failures on the same day. This is a far cry from the promise of catching up to the US. What happened? Was it a technological issue, or is China cutting corners in rocket production? The collapse of the Golden Rocket. Let's start with the most significant incident of the day, an early morning failure at 12:55 a.m. The Long March 3B rocket crashed in Xichang. The Long March 3B had long been a key player in China's space missions, known as the Golden Rocket, due to its success in launching high-orbit satellites for China's Beidou navigation network, the Chang'e lunar missions, and even commercial satellites for other countries. But this time, the Golden Rocket lost its shine. It was carrying the Shutian-32 satellite, described by the government as a technical experimental satellite, which often implies a connection to military or sensitive technologies. This failure, which cost billions of RMB, resulted in the satellite becoming space debris without any signal of success. What went wrong? Preliminary information suggests that the first and second stages of the rocket functioned normally, but an issue arose during the third stage, leading to the failure. A quick look at the rocket's history shows a disturbing pattern. The Long March 3B, since its first launch in 1996, has been plagued by failures. The most famous incident occurred on February 15, 1996, when the rocket's first flight ended in disaster. Just 22 seconds after liftoff, the rocket's control system failed, causing it to veer off course and crash into a hillside. This not only destroyed the satellite, but also resulted in fatalities on the ground. That incident remains one of the darkest moments in China's space history. Fast forward to 2009, when the Long March 3B was launching the Indonesian Palapa-D satellite. It failed due to insufficient thrust from the third stage. In 2020, the same issue occurred during the launch of the Palapa N1 satellite, resulting in another crash. And now, in 2026, the same third stage failure occurred again. This history raises serious concerns about the reliability of the Long March 3B rocket. Despite years of technological advancements, why does the third stage always fail? The Long March 3B rocket's third stage is powered by 2 YF-75 hydrogen-oxygen engines, which use liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen as fuel. Liquid hydrogen is stored at minus 253 degrees Celsius, and liquid oxygen at minus 183 degrees. Operating engines at such extreme temperatures and ensuring stable combustion was once considered a crown jewel of space technology, but now it seems this jewel is flawed. The design of this engine dates back to the late 1980s, and over the past 3 decades, it has operated like a ticking time bomb. It has worked well for years, but once any slack is introduced, it leads to a major failure. This highlights a serious issue. China's core high-end propulsion technology has not fully resolved its stability problems. Why didn't these failures occur during the so-called golden decade from 2010 to 2020? Back then, every weld would be closely inspected by 3 senior technicians, and data would undergo review by 5 experts. Through these tedious methods, they managed to ensure high-quality production. But now, in 2026, the situation has completely changed. The intensifying U.S. sanctions have meant that the high-precision testing equipment and machining tools are now in short supply. Domestic replacements, even with a slight deviation of just 0.01 millimeters, can be the difference between success and failures. Meanwhile, the generation of Soviet-trained engineers who truly understood the nuances of these engines is aging. Many are retiring or leaving the industry. The younger technical experts within the system, those in their 30s and 40s, are being poached by private domestic rocket companies, leaving the state-run ones struggling to maintain expertise. The system has become hollow. Experienced veterans are retiring, and younger experts are leaving behind a workforce unable to handle the complexities of these systems. Outside the system, while a new generation of top engineers was brought in, they were burdened with the pressures of meeting performance indicators set by capital investors. With little time to adjust and under intense pressure to meet deadlines, the new rockets also failed. The downfall of the Ceres 2 rocket. Capital-driven development gone wrong. Let's turn the clock back to January 17th at 12:08 p.m. That's when the launch took place at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. The sky was clear, and everything seemed perfect during the first few seconds of the rocket launch. This solid rocket took off with rapid acceleration, but at around 52 seconds, just when it seemed everything was stable, a shocking failure occurred. The rocket, which was several dozen meters long, began to trace an S shape in the sky and started spiraling out of control. In less than 2 seconds, the immense aerodynamic forces tore the rocket apart. This was hailed as the strongest private rocket in China. It was supposed to send satellites into orbit, but it didn't even make it out of the atmosphere. Instead, it became a pile of burning aluminum powder and shattered composite material, scattering over the vast desert. This failure occurred during the first stage of flight, the simplest, most mature, and most durable part of a solid rocket. It was supposed to be the most basic step, yet it ended in a catastrophic explosion. The rocket's creator, Xinghe Dynamics, is considered a unicorn in China's private space industry. It was the only company in the sector that had the potential to make a real impact. The Ceres 2 was an upgraded version of the original Ceres 1 rocket, which had a limited payload. Now, the Ceres 2 was supposed to carry 1.6 tons of weight and 6 satellites, offering a solid engine that didn't require fuel to be loaded days in advance like liquid rockets do. It was intended for the military or satellite network maintenance and offered a cheaper alternative for companies working on satellite internet. However, the company's ambitious plans, including attempts to launch sea-based rockets, reusable liquid rockets, and its 2025 preparation to be listed on the stock market ultimately led to its downfall. The pressure to go public became the final straw. Why did the rocket explode on its maiden flight, especially just after liftoff? Industry experts quickly saw the issue. The company rushed the project to capture market share, satisfy investors, and meet IPO goals, drastically shorten the development cycle, and likely cut corners in testing. Investors were pushing for quicker results, asking, can it fly faster? If we don't launch soon, we'll miss the funding window this year. The CEO pushed down the ranks. We must launch before the Chinese New Year to deliver results to shareholders. The result was a fiery explosion. The official report stated that the problem occurred during the first stage. Solid engines, which are known for their durability and simplicity, should not fail at such a basic stage. This suggests problems with the basic industrial capabilities, issues with manufacturing processes like threaded pole deviations, nozzle erosion, and instability in attitude control. These are fundamental problems with the manufacturing process. This exposes a dual crisis in China's space industry. Inside the state-run system, experienced engineers have no successors, and their skills are being lost. Outside the system, new engineers are being rushed into projects by capital-driven pressures. With both sides failing, China's space ambitions have been left in flames. The strategic deadlock, flaming ships, and the absurd drama of 200,000 satellites. We need to revisit a key question that has been hanging over everyone's minds. Did the 2 rocket failures occur because of a lack of chips? The reality is, rockets don't need 5-nanometer chips. Yet, every time a failure occurs, there's a flood of online comments blaming the US chip sanctions. This is a clever deflection, a way to find a scapegoat. In China's space industry, US sanctions become an all-purpose excuse. The rocket failed? It's because of a chip shortage. Production couldn't meet demand? Chip shortage. Even issues like management chaos and a collapsing quality system can somehow be blamed on the US blockade. But is this really the case? Let's see a far more ironic truth. Even if the US lifted all chip bans and sent the best NVIDIA graphics cards and Qualcomm chips to China, this rocket would still have exploded. Why? Because chips don't solve the integrity issue or the management problem. The failure of the Long March 3B rocket likely stemmed from issues with the liquid hydrogen pump's turbine blades or seals. Here are mechanical problems. If the rubber seal was degraded or a weld was made improperly, the pump would still leak, and the rocket would still explode. Shifting the focus to chip shortages is a masterful piece of public relations manipulation. It cleverly packages an internal disaster caused by corruption, talent loss, and a rush for quick profits as a tragedy caused by external forces. This makes the failure appear less shameful and more like a heroic struggle against oppression. This is far more dangerous than a chip shortage. The Chinese government is using a false excuse to cover up real underlying issues. A similar cover-up is happening in China's satellite strategy. Recently, the number 200,000 has been making waves in the capital markets. This is the number of low Earth orbit satellites China has applied for with the International Telecommunication Union, the ITU. It sounds impressive. 200,000 satellites surrounding the Earth, seemingly marking China's rise as a space superpower. But there's a huge absurdity here. The application doesn't cost anything. Rwanda, a small African country, has applied for 300,000 satellites. But does that mean Rwanda is also a space giant? The real challenge isn't how many satellites you apply for, but the ITU's strict rules. The first satellite must be launched within 7 years, and the entire constellation must be operational within 14 years. Let's do the math. To launch 200,000 satellites, assuming the maximum 14-year period, China would need to launch 1,400 satellites per year. If each rocket could carry 60 satellites, China would need to launch 230 times a year. In reality, in 2025, China managed just over 60 launches, and this included failures like the one on January 17th. Even if all private and state-run rockets were included, current production capacity is nowhere near meeting this ambitious goal. This is a strategic delusion. Why is it such an unrealistic goal? Because it's a financial game. When rockets like the Long March 3B or Ceres 2 fall, engineers must be devastated, but the capital operators behind them might be secretly pleased. Why? Because as long as the story of 200,000 satellites persists and the goal of surpassing Starlink is echoed, there will always be a reason to hype up the stock. Look at the logic. The government proposes a grand national network plan to compete with the US Starlink. Claiming the political high ground, companies, regardless of whether they can launch or not, first secure frequency bands and land to demand subsidies from local governments. Even if they launch a test satellite like this failed one, they'll release press statements claiming a milestone achievement. This boosts stock prices and attracts retail investors. In this game, whether the rocket actually launches is no longer important. What matters is how polished the PowerPoint presentations are, how grand the press conferences are, and whether they can lure in investors who have money but don't know where to put it. This is the biggest deadlock in China's space program. In contrast, when SpaceX launches satellites, Elon Musk is driven by the need to generate monthly subscription fees for internet service. He has to drive down rocket costs and maximize reliability to achieve commercial success. On the other hand, China's satellite program is about securing subsidies and manipulating stock prices. Whether the rocket explodes or successfully launches, who really cares? Inside the system, people seek promotions through political achievements, while outside, individuals just want to cash out. The ones who ultimately pay the price are the retail investors who still believe in the myth of China's rise. Why do they dare to promote such an impossible goal? Because whenever a launch fails, it's easy to blame it on the US. If a rocket doesn't launch, it's not because of falsified reports, it's because of the US blocking China. So the most embarrassing part of the January 17th double failure isn't the technical failure itself. It's that it ruthlessly exposed a lie behind the chip shortage excuse. Stripped away the false narrative and showed the world. It's not the chips that are the problem, but the rotten foundation of the space industry itself. A mirror of history. Let's turn to a few stories about the people involved. Did you know that after the Long March 3B's first launch failure in 1996, two real events occurred at the Xuchang base later that week? One senior engineer went to town to buy chicken, only to have the vendor grab the chicken and scold him. He said, "You're taking all that money, and you can't even launch a satellite the size of a watermelon? You've embarrassed all the Chinese people, and you still have the nerve to eat chicken?" Another expert tried to buy a self-sleeper ticket for the train back to Beijing, but the ticket seller threw his ID back at him and said, "You're embarrassing yourself. You think you deserve a self-sleeper?" Back then, the Chinese people, though poor and lacking technical knowledge, understood the importance of shame and striving for improvement. The chief designer at the time, academician Long Lahao, bowed his head in shame after the explosion, and overnight, his hair turned from black to white. In the year and a half following the failure, over 500 people were held accountable, from warehouse keepers to chief engineers. Anyone who made a mistake was held responsible. But what about today, in 2026? 2 explosions happened on a single day, but we didn't see the chief designer come out to apologize, nor did we see the same level of accountability as we did in 1996. Instead, trending topics on Weibo were removed, accounts were banned, and comments disappeared from the comment section. In their place were online trolls, posting comments like, "Failure is the mother of success," and "Seeing our country act like this makes me feel safe." 30 years ago, failure meant you couldn't even eat chicken. This was a brutal but genuine sense of shame. 30 years later, failure is met with celebrations and entertainment. This is a hypocritical and numb approach to failure. This is even more dangerous than typical setbacks. When all failures are explained away, every rocket is doomed to fail.
It's the famous thing in the world.
It is a beacon of American strength and hope wherever it lands.
It's full of history. It became a key moment in World War II. It's full of stories. You can hear the sobs of the Kennedy staffers, and it's full of secrets.
Remember, Air Force One is not an airplane.
Come aboard. Deep inside the heavily fortified perimeter of Joint Base Andrews, outside Washington, D.C., and past an additional ring of tight security, is the home of the most protected airplane in the world. But as famous as Air Force One is, the fact is, there is no such plane.
A lot of people misunderstand the term Air Force One. Air Force One is not the name for a specific aircraft.
Air Force One is a call sign that represents any Air Force plane that the President of the United States is on at that moment.
The presidential fleet includes everything from a 400 square foot Gulfstream up to the 4,000 square foot 747, whose peak speed approaches Mach 1.
All those planes would become Air Force One the moment the president is aboard that platform.
That familiar call sign was born out of an alarming flight President Dwight Eisenhower took when this was the presidential plane. A four-engine Lockheed Constellation, the Cadillac of propeller planes.
President Eisenhower was flying on his aircraft, the Columbine 2, and the call sign for that aircraft was Air Force 8610.
On May 18th, 1953, en route to North Carolina, Columbine crew checks in with air traffic control. And here's something awful. Another thing. Eastern Airlines Flight 8610, asking if they're calling him. In other words, there are two planes with the same call sign in the same airspace. A recipe for disaster.
When you confuse call signs, when you confuse pilots, you can easily end up with planes on courses that would lead to danger or disaster.
Luckily, nothing happened that day.
Eisenhower flies in Charlotte, North Carolina to participate in the state's observances of Freedom Day.
But the Air Force became aware that it was vital that they assigned a specific call sign to the plane that was carrying the president.
After that flight, the idea of a unique presidential call sign was adopted across all the military branches. This helicopter that picks up the president from the White House is run by the Marine Corps. Its call sign is Nighthawk. But as soon as the president steps up, it becomes Marine One.
There is, I believe, precisely one example of Navy One, which was when President Bush flew a Navy aircraft onto an aircraft carrier at the conclusion of the major combat operations of the Iraq War.
And only once has Air Force One taken off with the president on board, but landed.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon.
On the morning of his resignation, Richard Nixon flew home to California.
As the pilots were flying over Missouri,
I, Gerald Ford, do solemnly swear.
They heard on the radio Gerald Ford take the oath of office, and they radioed down and changed their call sign from Air Force One to Special Air Mission 27000. It's the only time you've ever had a mid-air change of the presidency.
He was now private citizen Nixon, and that plane was no longer Air Force One.
So the question is, what happened to nuclear football? A briefcase containing the nuclear plans and launch codes always travels with the president.
There was a great deal of fear that Richard Nixon was not in his right mind and might provoke or start a war as the end of his presidency ticked away. So one of the big secrets of that day was the Secretary of Defense, James Schlesinger, had actually left word with the Pentagon to leave the nuclear controls at the White House with incoming President Gerald Ford. So for the first time, the safe where the nuclear football is normally stored on Air Force One sat empty on that flight back to California.
The history of presidents and flying can be traced back to a muddy fib that run outside of St. Louis, Missouri in 1910. Where aviation pioneer Archibald Hobson brought his right flight to entice the crowds. Among them was an enthusiastic Teddy Roosevelt, just over a year of office.
Former President Roosevelt was known for what he called the strenuous life, where you would be adventurous. This was an insight into Teddy Roosevelt because flying on planes was not really a safe thing to do at that point.
Pushing past the delicate guidelines, TR settled in for a 3-minute flight. A mere 7 years after the Wright brothers' first powered flight at Kitty Hawk.
The crowds loved it, and Roosevelt loved it himself because for the first time in his life, he got to see Earth from a bird's eye view. He's the first president in American history to have flown. Because to him, it's all about American innovation, can-doism, and the future.
He was right about the future. Today's president cruises at 45,000 feet, 300 times higher than TR's historic flight. The first flight by a sitting president was taken by a different Roosevelt, Teddy's nephew, Franklin.
In early 1943, Franklin Roosevelt was desperate to go to the Canadian Casablanca with Winston Churchill, but he's got to find a way to make it to North Africa.
The usual ocean crossing would take at least a week. These were very unusual times.
The Nazi Wolfpack were living the sea and fired them.
The Atlantic could become a killing lane, and you couldn't go by steam vessel or a Navy battleship. So he flew.
But getting the president from Washington to Morocco was a lengthy and punishing journey. Far cry from the staterooms and amenities of today's 747, which could make the round trip without even needing to have a fuel.
Roosevelt took a train down from Washington to Florida Keys. He got into what they called a flying boat, which was the kinds of planes that took off and landed from the water. Dixie Clipper it was called.
Built by Boeing, 4-engine Clippers were designed for commercial flights across the ocean, pressed into military service during the war.
He flew on a path from Florida down across the Caribbean to the coast of South America, across the Atlantic, and up to Casablanca. It took about 44 hours each way. Very uncomfortable for him because his legs had been paralyzed from polio since he was 39 years old. But he felt it was worth it to have this personal meeting with Churchill in Casablanca.
The Casablanca meeting is singularly important because that's when FDR says we're going to use the term unconditional surrender. We are here for total victory over Nazi Germany, and it became a key moment in World War II.
A key moment that happened, thanks in part to the president's plan. And over the next quarter century, those planes would be transformed from military truck planes like Signer Cow, the Independence, and the Columbine, up to modified Boeing jets. This is the Museum of Modern Arts in New York City. Beyond all its Picassos and its Pollocks, its collection holds the secret to the powerful image of Air Force One. This sketch by the French-born designer Raymond Loewy.
Raymond Loewy was known as the man who designed America. He was the most iconic industrial designer of the age and had given shape and color to everything from the Greyhound bus to Lucky Strike cigarettes to the logos of Exxon and even the U.S. Post Office.
The story goes that when Loewy first saw the presidential jets, short-range Boeing 707s that were acquired in 1959, with their orange and black pins, the blocking lettering,
Loewy thought, my goodness, this is Air Force One, and it's actually ugly. It's anti-design. It's not art. Give me a crack at it pro bono.
So when the Air Force took delivery of a brand new long-range Boeing 707 in 1962, custom fitted for presidential use,
Loewy was able to get Kennedy's attention, and Jack Kennedy fell in love with the whole idea. It was Kennedy who started picking out the color code.
If you look at Air Force One's the United States of America down in the fuselage, take a moment to look at the copy Declaration of Independence on top. And Raymond Loewy used essentially the same font.
They became a design team together. It was Kennedy and Loewy. And they developed what is today's Air Force One. Kennedy would let the press get right next to the plane so they could stand and be dwarfed by it, basking in its splendor. And you see the president coming down the stairs. It was great theatrics. The design gives Air Force One a lot of power. It's almost like having a cathedral on a runway.
A cathedral, whose aisles are about to bear witness to one of the most shattering events of the 20th century.
There was no sign of any trouble to speak of. Temperature was about 73 or 74 degrees. It's a beautiful day. Mrs. Kennedy was radiant in this raspberry colored suit. JFK was wearing navy blue suit. The smart people went to the airport. If you went to the airport, you could actually walk from the airplane to the crowd and shake hands. A lot of people knew that you were going to do that.
Motorcade begins the 11-mile ride to the Dallas Trade.
Secret Service agents told me, Kennedy said, as we come over top, I want you guys to stay away from the presidential limousine so that the crowd can see Jackie. I'm running for election next year, and the crowds love Jackie, and I want the crowds to see her. When we rounded Elm and Houston streets and shots rang out, I heard all three shots. I got from Justice Clint Hill, Mrs. Kennedy's agent, screaming up the back seat. They were trying to get rid of the blood in the back seat of the car. I was grabbed from behind by a White House official, and he dragged me by the car and pulled me away. And I said, where are we going? He said, I can't tell you that. Just come with me. So I assumed right then and there, we're going to Air Force One.
And Air Force One becomes a coffin train. It seemed wrong to put Kennedy's body in the cargo bin of Air Force One, so they quickly improvised and stripped out part of the plane to fit the coffin in.
Now, with the slain president's coffin lying just yards away, Air Force One becomes an overheated and impromptu stage for an inauguration.
Actually, Lyndon Johnson didn't even need to be sworn in. He was president of the United States. What you were witnessing was stagecraft.
The room was stuffy, it was probably over close to 100 degrees. The airplane had been sitting on the tarmac, field now for 2.5 hours. Everybody was perspiring. Well, this is getting into the compartment to attend the ceremony. You could hear the sobs of the Kennedy staffers. You could see the flecks of the flesh on the right sponsor was saturated with blood. She said not a word when she came into the compartment. LBJ told Judge Sarah Hughes to proceed with the and he said, "So help me God." And then his next words were, "Let's get airborne." I stood with Judge Hughes, watching Air Force One roaring by towards the United States of America, blazing across that fuselage. The tears rolled up in my eyes, and I think they did it just Hughes. I looked at each other, unbelieving. And we stayed there and watched until we couldn't see it, and you saw a little speck of eastern square. It was probably the most emotional.
As it streaks back to Washington, the flame is both a hearse and a cherub, an airborne symbol of our enduring democracy. The president has changed. The call sign stays the same. It's been a clipper, a cow, a colony, and finally, a jet. And in 1990, the president's plane would take a great leap forward with the delivery of the 747-200, the current generation of Air Force One. Its distinctive shape has become iconic. And here's another secret about Air Force One. There are actually two of them.
One's a primary aircraft and one's a backup aircraft. They have a tail number of 28000, 29000. It's kind of a pilot's dream to fly. It's such a large aircraft, but it is highly maneuverable. It has the ability to be air refueled, so it can stay airborne. It has engines on it that are designed, for a heavy aircraft, yet the plane never gets that heavy. It's always taken off a lot lighter, less ability to climb, get to cruise altitude quicker. It's just a powerful aircraft, extremely well designed and extremely fun to fly.
We had the best pilots in the Air Force. We really didn't have to make the announcements for takeoff and landings and buckling up and the safety brake that you get on a commercial airline because we had the same passengers and they knew what to do. If the president wanted to come and talk to senior staff and go to take off, I'm not going to say, Mr. President, can you sit down, strap in?
The ultra-secure hangar of the 89th Airlift Wing at Joint Base Andrews may be the most privileged location in the world. Only a select few will ever make it inside.
It's a flying White House.
This is a big airport. It's 230 feet long. The wingspan 195 feet, and it's 6 stories tall.
The president has his own office space. We became one of the first planes to have internet and video teleconferencing capability. Anything they would do in the White House, they need to be able to do at 45,000 feet. As you move through the aircraft, there's a fully stocked medical annex and doctors and nurses. 2 galleys on board the aircraft. Flight attendants to serve as cooks. There's areas for the Secret Service, senior staff, the junior staff, areas for the press, first class business seats out throughout the aircraft. Use your guest compartment for inviting guests of the president to travel. Guest compartments also used when the president has passed away. The casket will remain and stay in the guest compartment. They'll move chairs and tables out. The nose of the aircraft has been redesigned for the president's quarters.
There's 2 couches that can be made out into beds. Now, the exciting thing about the 747 in the bathroom, we had the first aircraft that had a shower. The 747 has a shower on it with 2 sinks. That's not a luxury item. That's a real appreciative resource, that shower. The water pressure is pretty good.
Upstairs in the bubble of the aircraft, there's an entire radio office. There's multiple stations. There's usually 4 to 5 radio operators, as well as 87 phones on board the aircraft. The president is constantly tied in. He can pick up the phone, talk to anybody, anywhere.
Air Force One's mission goes well beyond providing robust communications. Ensuring the president's safety is critical.
It's always been asked whether the plane would be outfitted with any kind of offensive capability. No one is going to discuss it. Even though he's a leg up to any kind of terrorist or needed to do harm.
But there is one feature everyone wants to know about. The escape pod. That's the one. The escape pod is one of the most entertaining parts of the movie Air Force One.
We definitely did not have an escape plan.
But if you did, of course, you couldn't tell me.
You're absolutely true. If there was an escape pod, I wouldn't be talking to them. So
We don't think that there is a presidential escape pod, but we believe that it has the ability to deploy channels or flares to defeat radar-seeking missiles.
Special plating to keep it safe from electromagnetic pulses that would come from a nuclear weapon.
In addition to protecting the life of the president, these defenses protect a critical part of the presidency, commanding the armed forces at all times.
The rise of nuclear missiles and nuclear bombers ensured that the president now needs to be in constant communication with the Pentagon and the national command authorities every minute of every day, wherever he may be on the globe.
that's what you do at Air Force One day to day. There's multiple threats throughout the world, and you do the right thing to make sure it's protected.
Air Force One is a powerful plane. An equally powerful political symbol. It's also a very real space, used by very real people.
I wanted you to feel after a long day coming back to the airplane that you feel when you came home at night and take your shoes off and relax. The environment of Air Force One is more comfortable than other places, and you want their experience to be a positive experience.
They want to come out the office and just sort of let their hair down. They need to relax. So that was the whole atmosphere.
The one thing that I know presidents miss when they leave office is Air Force One.
That's because, in part, Air Force One allows them the space to let their true selves emerge. Like Harry Truman's in Frankson.
There's a wonderful story about Harry Truman that gives us an insight into him as a person about his time on the President's aircraft. He was something of a practical joker, which a lot of people might not realize.
And in 1946, Truman used his plane, a modified version of a Douglas C-54 Skymaster called Sacred Cow, to buzz the White House, dropping to a height of just 500 feet for fun.
In those days, being the commander-in-chief really meant something because you can't imagine anything like that happening today.
It's equally hard to imagine this secret of Air Force One, that it was almost used as a spy plane.
During the height of the Cold War, President Eisenhower was planning a trip to the Soviet Union to meet with Nikita Khrushchev, who was the leader of the Soviet Union at the time. Alan Dulles, the head of Central Intelligence, decided he would install cameras in the president's plane in the wheel wells. And they had little doors that would open up so the cameras could be exposed to take pictures of the ground.
There were even some test flights completed. They had great results and were really optimistic about getting some reconnaissance done over Moscow. However, in May 1960, Air Force U-2 pilot Francis Gary Powers was shot down over the Soviet Union.
Powers was made the subject of a showcase flag. Powers' family was in the courtroom as Russia began massive exploitation of this propaganda windfall. This job had previous invitations to the country to visit the Soviet Union and then the public apology for the U-2 flag.
The equipment was removed and it was never used as a reconnaissance plane.
It was basically taking a diplomatic plane, presidential aircraft, and turning it into a spy plane. And it would have caused a huge, huge incident if the Russians had learned about it.
For years, this incident was kept quiet, as were other secrets about Air Force One.
Bright sky, welcome the American 46-year-old president.
President Kennedy was keeping a lot of secrets from the country about his own health. He had terrible chronic back pain. Sometimes he couldn't walk up the stairs, so he had to take a hydraulic lift that would lift him up and take him to the top of the stairs and deposit him there. Then he would wave. The photographers didn't take pictures of the lift. It was very rare to get those pictures.
Well, John F. Kennedy's the principal designer of Air Force One. Lyndon Johnson deserves credit for starting to say, look, every president can put their own stamp on the plane.
LBJ was a larger-than-life figure. He wanted to be in control of everything. He wanted to be the guy always in charge. So what he did is he had the chairs on the plane reconfigured so that they always be facing him. They had what they called the throne chair, which is larger than everybody else's chair. You could push a button and rise up from the floor. You saw that full sort of the majesty of Lyndon Johnson's enormous personality when you're on that plane.
Jimmy Carter thought a presidential plane was too regal for his spirit of austerity. So he insisted everyone carry their own luggage. Everyone. And George H.W. Bush used his powers as commander-in-chief to declare an onboard war.
I mean, what's not to like about war? He's imposed a broccoli ban from the White House to Air Force One. I do not like broccoli.
But it was Richard Nixon who truly mastered the art of planecraft.
President Nixon was, some people would say, paranoid. Some people would say he was obsessed with getting credit.
In 1972, when Richard Nixon made the famous breakthrough trip to China, Air Force One was a big part of the story.
President Nixon's flight in the heart of communist China was an enormous foreign policy event, even carried live on television. Henry Kissinger, his national security advisor, had worked behind the scenes to make the trip happen.
Nixon was determined that he be seen as the one doing the China breakthrough, not Henry Kissinger.
Air Force One, the spirit of 76, just landed at the International Airport.
When they landed there, Kissinger wanted to go out the door first to kind of be seen as the lead agent of this diplomatic mission. Nixon was jealous that Kissinger was becoming a press darling.
So he arranged to have a Secret Service agent block the aisle so Kissinger could not get off the plane in time to be in the greeting ceremony.
So Nixon and his wife Pat were able to become the symbol of the United States, while Henry Kissinger was delegated a back spot with speechwriters and the press gang.
Air Force One is just the most visible star of any presidential trip.
What the public sees is the president leaving Marine One, walking up the stairs of the aircraft, turning around, waving, getting on the airplane, and going. What they don't see is the absolutely flawless execution that the United States Air Force does to make sure that this mission is zero fail.
Case in point, the president's annual trip to the United Nations General Assembly in New York City.
3 days prior, 4 days prior to that event, everybody arrives at John F. Kennedy Airport. The Air Mobility Command heavy lift airplanes will deliver the limousines. The helicopters will arrive. The White House Communication Agency arrives. Everybody will then go into New York City and start looking at their requirements. How many phones need to be set up? How many landing zones are we going to use? How many primary driving routes or alternate routes are we going to use?
Even blood of the president's specific blood type will travel ahead of the president.
There is no length they won't go to ensure the safety of the president. So on that day, NYPD is in place, all the security, all the phones, all the White House medical, the White House mess, all the snipers, doctors, and everybody else you can think of. The fire department is in place. We have the airspace cleared over New York City. When the president leaves the West Marine, he's going to be flown by Marine One over to Joint Base Andrews. Air Force One is going to transport him to John F. Kennedy Airport, where Marine One will fly him into the Wall Street pad. From the Wall Street pad, his motorcade is waiting for him. Just that one particular lift. You're talking about 20 different organizations and 2,000 people.
The logistical armada that Air Force One requires has evolved along with flying itself.
In those first decades of air travel, when the president was flying domestically over land, the Secret Service would deploy agents on the ground below, strung out to ensure that there was always a Secret Service agent close by if the president's plane was forced down.
And for longer trips, an actual armada was called for.
It started during World War II, and then it continued for years until the 70s. Believe it or not, the Navy and the Coast Guard engineered the system where they would deploy vessels at 250-mile intervals when the president was traveling across the Atlantic or the Pacific, so that the route underneath the president's plane would always have a ship nearby if the president went down.
The long logistics chain supporting Air Force One ensures that every eventuality is prepared for, which is why there's another, much less visible presidential plan van.
It's a modified 747, controlled and operated by the United States Air Force. The exact capabilities are highly classified.
It looks a lot like Air Force One. This plane is designed for something completely different.
It's a flying doomsday bunker.
It's known as the Doomsday Plane because we can do a nuclear retaliatory strike right from that plane, right down to our first line defense. In this case, our nuclear forces deployed around the world.
There are 4 of these planes, all modified Boeing 747s called Advanced Airborne Command Posts. Call sign is Night Watch.
Air Force One, you can think of as the White House in the sky. Think of this plane as the Pentagon in the sky. This is not fancy. This is military members in flight suits. This is so the president can get airborne, stay airborne indefinitely, and take our nation to war.
This is one plane you don't want to see fly.
Even as we are sitting here talking today, one of these planes is sitting on a runway at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska. Its engines are turning, it's fully staffed, and it could be airborne in less than 15 minutes. Any day where you hear the President of the United States is getting aboard the Doomsday plane is going to be a bad day.
Our mission is to protect the president, safely transport the president.
The president in his body represents American democracy. In keeping him alive, Secret Service and the military keep democracy alive.
It's a simple but powerful mission. The events of September 11th put it to the test.
In the history of Air Force One, I think the most dramatic role it's played is at the time of the 9/11 tragedy. Air Force One became the government of the United States. We were operating our government from the plane.
The president was in Florida when the attacks began.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
He was rushed to Air Force One, where a sense of urgency to get off the ground was palpable.
We took off fast. Probably the fastest I ever felt the airplane take off.
We took off and about half of it just into the runway. And just line got extremely steep. The plan was once we got airborne, we were going to Washington, D.C. But we were told the truck bomb had gone off at the Pentagon, and there were numerous car bombs and bombs going off the Capitol Mall area, complete havoc in the city. This is surreal. This is something that ultimately none of us could have even imagined. There was some sort of coordinated terrorist attack that did not just include the U.S. So you can imagine that completely changed things. So then it was kind of like, well, there's no way we can go to Washington. There's too much unknown.
And then, with their destination still unclear, Air Force One was told a threat had been called into the White House. The message was, Angel is next.
Angel is the code word for Air Force One. We don't advertise code words on a regular basis. Those of us who are in know understand that code word. There's a code word for the limousine, there's a code word for the helicopter, and this happened to be the code word, Secret Service code word for Air Force One.
All I'm thinking is if they've broken our codes and they know about Angel, and we're the next target, that's an intense situation they've got now. How are they going to attack us?
On a day filled with the unexpected, Air Force One prepared itself for the worst. Fortunately, this threat never materialized. It turned out to be a garbled message, with many communications failures that day, both on the ground and on the plane.
The entire day of 9/11 was marked by miscommunications, misunderstandings, and the fog of war.
So we're 45,000 feet in the air, and everyone's worrying. Everyone looked kind of shocked. The president was coming out of his suite, and I was standing right there, sort of by the forward gathering, and I just felt like he needed a hug. And so I told him, "We're gonna be okay, Mr. President." And I think he needed that reassurance just to hear it.
9 hours after leaving Florida, Air Force One returns the president safely to a very changed Washington, D.C. Mission
complete.
That day, every challenge was met head on. We solved each challenge. We solved a lot of issues that we had never, ever anticipated that we were never going to have to do.
Today, the mission of these twin 747s is coming to an end. After almost 30 years of service, the next generation of Air Force One is already in the works. Two 747-800s.
Unlike in the past, where they would get brand new planes off the production line, this time they've done something a little different. Back in 2015, an airline called Transaero, Russian airline, ordered the planes, and they went bankrupt. So Boeing built these planes, they flight tested them, and then they brought them out and parked them in the desert waiting for a customer to come along, and that customer is the President of the United States. Boeing will take these two planes, and they are going to completely strip them down and make a fully custom plane instead. These planes will cost about $2 billion each when they're finally done.
These planes are expected to enter service in 2024. And when they do, Air Force One will continue to be a globally recognized symbol of America.
Air Force One has a power and majesty unlike any other airplane in the world.
People have a tremendous connection to Air Force One. It's come to symbolize not only the American presidency, but America's technological prowess.
Air Force One is a symbol. It's a symbol of power. It is a military aircraft, but it's a peaceful military aircraft. And it carries American values of honesty, integrity, freedom, anywhere in the world.
Circuit board or something. I had a change that I was making to school. I had my back to simulated. I drew as much as I could and I got into the answer, okay? Sure. Can you have to both those? My mom's telling you. Over.
Yeah. Did mommy bake you a sauerkraut sandwich for lunch? Hey, where's the flood you, huh? You always tell Keith when you were scared. Ed. You might not have.
First Amendment, all that crap, you over here, this is what you're doing right now. You do not belong here. And right now, somebody's going to come and take care of you. Are you threatening me? Take care of me? How about you now? Get away from there. Back up. No, back up. No, back up. Get off of me.
You better not be recording. Give me license plates.
I guess. I got Rip me off the car. Arrogant citizen. That's what you guys do. Today we're about to look at a cop who literally tried to kill a man for no reason. No reason. Well, the reason was an acorn fell from a tree. Literally, he unloads his weapon, fires 20-something rounds, and tries to kill a man because an acorn fell from a tree and made a little knock, made a little doop. Ridiculous, insane, but not surprising. The issue is that there are a lot of issues with law enforcement. Sometimes we have integrity issues. Law enforcement is willing to steal and be just as bad as any criminal. But one of the other issues that not necessarily has to do with integrity, it's just that we have a separate problem of scared cops. Cops who are afraid of their own shadow. People that are afraid of their own shadow but working in law enforcement. You cannot be this person who has, anxiety issues, which is nothing wrong with anxiety issues. Everybody's had anxiety issues. I've had them at one point or the other, but there's some people who got chronic anxiety issues, scared of things, paranoia, people have mental issues. Everybody's had mental issues. I've had mental issues that I've had to deal with in the past, and it's nothing wrong with that. But certain mental issues become a problem for society when those mental issues have to do with somebody holding a badge and a gun and being trigger happy. A good way to quantify it is everybody knows that the most dangerous type of animal is a cornered animal. You get an animal in a corner and it's scared, that's the most dangerous type of animal that you can have. And we have law enforcement across the country that their mindset of just being scared, their baseline is a scared animal in a corner. You take some 18-year-old who's from some nice area, some nice suburbs, give him a badge and a gun and put him in the most gang-infested, dangerous area in a city, his baseline is going to be scared. He's going to be scared of his own shadow. There's something, he hears a noise, he's going to be scared. And we have a problem where we see a lot of shootings where somebody panics. The officer, they go in this panic, fight or flight mode that is triggered when something shouldn't have triggered it. Case in point, what we're about to see right here, an acorn falling from a tree.
We've got an exclusive interview with a Florida man who was shot at nearly 24 times by law enforcement, not because he was firing at them or running from them, but in fact, while he was detained in the back of a patrol car. A lot of drama there for what a sheriff's deputy says may have been an acorn hitting a car and was mistaken as gunfire. Marquis Jackson and his attorney spoke with Jamie Yukas about their lawsuit against the sheriff's office and the changes they're looking for.
This is the moment Okaloosa County Sheriff's Deputy Jesse Hernandez opened fire on his own patrol vehicle, believing he hadn't just been shot at, but hit.
The fact he is yelling, "I'm hit," is fucking crazy. Not only are you not hit, an acorn just fell off a tree and dupe tap on your car. And there's another deputy there that unloads her gun too. They fire over 22 rounds into the car. Dude's just sitting in the back seat, in the back of the patrol car, bro. Imagine if you're a bro sitting in the back seat of the car and it just unloading on you. I know he was back there feeling like, I'm about to die. I don't know how you survived. How did you survive? Miraculous. But the way the cop is saying I'm hit, there is no better example of a cop who's too scared to be a law enforcement officer. He doesn't need to be a law enforcement officer. His mind just hallucinated this entire instance. And he just went into this deranged fight or flight mode and almost killed this man.
Police say Hernandez and his partner fired at least 22 rounds at the car.
Shots fired, a deputy down.
24-year-old Marquis Jackson was handcuffed and sitting in the back.
Do you hear the acorn hit the roof? Did you hear Officer Hernandez shout, "I've been hit"?
I didn't know.
So you didn't know anything that was going on outside?
I ain't nothing else. I don't know why you hear right now. So anything, all I hear is shots. First one, like, here, like, I'm glad. The second one, like, across my face, like, flipping. So that's when I looked.
What did you think was happening?
They were trying to get me. When somebody shooting at me, that's all I could be trying to just get me.
The incident played out as Deputy Jesse Hernandez and Sergeant Beth Roberts responded to a domestic dispute involving Jackson's girlfriend last November. Police said she claimed he stole her car.
Here we go again with the relationship mess. We see a little bit too many of these. You know, y'all got to be careful out here with the people you're dating. If you're ever in a situation where you're in a relationship and your partner even says they're going to call the police on you or threatens to call the police, oh, if you do that, I'll call the police. Or that if the word police is being spoken out their mouth in regard to calling them on you, it's time to just go. It's time to just go. Just leave it alone. Pack it up and go. That should never be a tool in a relationship. It should be like a last resort. Some people in relationships will call the police to try to teach them a lesson. Parents end up with these situations too. Not only relationships, we'll see parents. There's a video recently on my channel where a mother called the police on her handicapped autistic son. And I guess he was acting up. And, you know, a lot of parents think that they're going to call the police on their kids, and the police are going to come, you know, like do a scared straight moment, like put them in handcuffs and make the kid, you know, cry or whatever. But they not only did that, they went over there and then they were punching the kid in his face with his hands behind his back. And of course, the parent is mad after the fact. I'm going to call the police on you. Let's go ahead and get down there. Thank you. And bro, it's crazy. Ultimate gooner. And so people in relationships will be like, I'm gonna call the police to teach him a lesson. And it to be, you only call if you have to. You shouldn't. If you feel like you need to call, you need to leave. Just the point I'm making is, whenever you call the police, situations can get out of control that can be out of your even comprehension. And here we are right now. And I can guarantee that girl who was calling and trying to get the boyfriend kicked out, right? Now she wants to stay with him because he's about to get a big lawsuit. I can guarantee that. So, Lord, let's continue to put, man. Life is something else now.
Threatened her and had a gun silencer. When Jackson arrived, he says he cooperated with officers.
I tell him, like, I don't got no salvation to do it. Let's do it. Because basically, like, I didn't steal a car. I didn't do nothing wrong. They searched me a couple of times. Then took me to the car. Right before they put me in the car, they searched me again.
Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay.
Well, get patted up with.
Because you're getting patted down.
In a statement, the sheriff says Jackson was only patted down once. Jackson claims it was at least twice. He wasn't hurt and was never charged with a crime. An internal investigation found Hernandez's actions violated policy. He resigned, but Roberts was cleared. Neither faced criminal action.
What are the images you see that you can't get out of your head?
So like some glass falling, basically cop cars and something. I'm hearing my music going to something like that.
Do you think you have PTSD?
Okay.
As an advocate, we want to make sure that we get him the best help that he can. As a Black man, I'm enraged.
DeWitt Lacey represents Jackson and filed a lawsuit against the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office.
I don't think this one's a race thing. A lot of race stuff do happen. I think that if that same officer was at like some meth addict trailer, drumming out, you know, stuff, he put like a skinhead in the back seat of the car and an acorn fell, I think he would unload it on that too. I looked into the officer's background. But of course, the attorney gonna spin it like that in court trying to get some money. And in regard to the penalty here, so the deputy was cleared of like criminal wrongdoing. I don't really know how I feel about it. I'm curious what y'all think, because it definitely is like negligent, but what do y'all think? It's like he you know, tried to kill somebody, but he mistaked something. I guess I'll say this. It's not acceptable because if he wasn't a cop, he would be charged with attempted murder. That's what's the crazy thing. If, you know, he's saying that he heard an acorn fell, the other guy saying he didn't hear an acorn fell. So if this were to stand for to have precedent for the rest of the community, that means anytime somebody unloads and tries to kill someone, they can just say, "Oh, I heard an acorn fell, so no charges for me." Like anyone could just say that, and you know, so that's where it's like, yeah, it's not fair, and
I didn't think Hello. I didn't think Hello.
I love this truck. How long have you had it?
So,
Venezuela. U.S. Special Forces boldly entered the country and drew a couple into custody. The air defense system China sold them did nothing. What shook the Chinese military even more was the scandal surrounding their prized J-35 fighter jet. This fifth-generation carrier-based aircraft, which official media had hailed as an F-35 killer, can only stay on the battlefield for a mere 7 minutes when deployed in distant waters. After taking off from the aircraft carrier and flying 900 kilometers to the combat zone, it only has about 7 minutes of time to patrol, intercept, and do its job, accounting for fuel burn during the flight and reserved for the return trip. This is before it even goes supersonic or uses afterburners. If it encounters enemy planes and needs to give chase at high speeds, fuel consumption skyrockets, reducing its operational time to less than 3 minutes. In short, the J-35's small fuel tank and medium-sized body can't handle long-duration missions over distant seas. By the time it reaches the battlefield and performs a radar sweep, it's already time to turn back. Otherwise, it risks running out of fuel and crashing into the sea. 1. Before jumping to conclusions, let's
So we've got 5, 4 or 5 below zero up there at the top, where I get a better view with the thermal camera. You can sure see the frost forming on there, not with the door open. I like it. Definitely really like it. So now we're down to 7, 11 below. We're getting nicely sub-zero. You can even see the cold air falling down from the evaporator. I love it. First time it's had frost on it in a long time. So she's had probably an hour test run. The float's working. You can see this is covered in frost. It stops right here. It's not making it back to the compressor. The wind is metering just a tiny bit of liquid back, which would bring the well back. We have a crystal clear sight glass. No crud going by. Other than the belt, the machine sounds great. So we're 5.4 amps on the primary side of the transformer, so about half that on the motor. Both sides pull down to about 1 psi. So on that note, I'm going to say it's good enough for now. I'm going to shut it down. And before I leave for the night, I'm going to close all the valves so nothing can circulate and flood into the compressor during standby. I'll do that for the first couple of nights, not let it run, but once everything's tried and proven, we won't have to do that unless it's shut down for a long time, like more than a few days. So the next thing will be adjusting the control. And I can dial it in where it works with this old GE cabinet, but I won't be able to dial it in for its real cabinet because the temperature of the cabinet depends on the cabinet heat ingress and surface area and volume versus the evaporator temperature. And this cabinet is totally different than the one this goes with. So it'll have to be adjusted somewhat once it gets home, but that's easy enough to do. So, man, I'm delighted. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and a comment. And
It's suspicious behavior. So every time I drown in chaos with.
Speaking of red, everyone's throwing balls. The legs strong, the kind of start flashing red. Said noise complaint, 5 police on the way instead. Try to tell a chill is just a night. Next thing I know, blue lights, the tank on. But she came back on, said you ain't to read me wrong. And I never go to God's dead, cause I think.
I see you video with it. This one got dryness.
From a mouse stitch tag. All black guys and a shady grin. Steady, I got copper pipes cause I'm breaking in. Still my long nose. My rage tries. I want to stay from the steps. It's the romance. Oh, hell, I see you and State of I'm just shot. You're feeling. Cast your leaf on all over our five. And now, for Christmas, try to stay alive. My name is Rick. Speaking is gone. Left features gone. Check to ring camera. Couldn't look inside. A snow.
Angels and the deep East Texas pines, from the plains of old West Texas came three young men so fine. From their lips came the golden songs that young hearts are made to know. From the spotlights of a crowded stage or a lonely radio. Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the biggest buckaroo. Long in an automobile, my baby beside me at the wheel. I stole a kiss at the turn of a mile, my curiosity running wild.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seems to help, I know. Downtown, just listen to the music, the traffic and destiny.
Hold on, up.
His goodness is a soggy. Now look at the plunging. Got to do this one.
Whalen right now. And right now, here's one of the great stars of that recent great New York Paramount show, choral recording star Buddy Holly, and I'm Gonna Love You Too.
It's so big, simple. Join the council for the lands. Something lurks in the water. And them horrified. The creature finally surfaced. A green man with a backside and giggled. He said, join my shindig. Against the sweat of your wills. Stop, 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 black for the I'll be killing with the mummy boys and ghosts for the new. Waltzing with the werewolf, and I like them up. But in the black flag.
He went away.
Still on the lake. They said to come in costume, and that I should not be late. How was I in the love? There's a skeleton band performing, and they had a dance floor. Up in the sky, up towards the north, there are 3 stars.
2, node 5, 3, 7, 9, 6. Hey, work.